Ole.
Selvä. Let's go. Ole hyvä.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to KuvA Research Days. We are here at the Fine Arts Academy, Kuvataideakatemia, Valkoinen Kuutio, White Square, and the ones who are present, they have been here in the morning already, and we have been seeing the exhibition, different points of view. That's made by the research project Taking Back the Museum. And I will walk through the exhibition very quickly with you who are there online and didn't see exhibition in the morning. My name is Lea Kantonen, and I was the PI of this ending research project. Okay, I hope you see this first photo. It was taken in the vernissage of the exhibition. I'm there with our two Virarika guests who were here 2 weeks building up the exhibition, Juan Carrillo Rios and Seferino Carrillo Diaz. And this is the first view, what you face when you walk into the exhibition. That's artwork by Tsikvaita community, the children of secondary school of Tsikvaita. They have made yarn paintings. Yarn painting is a traditional genre of Virarika art. It has been developed from the basis of an offering object during 1950s and 60s, when some Virarika artists started making like more picture-like paintings, and they were also shown in art exhibitions. We had a glossary beside the artwork to show what kind of concepts are important and interesting for the Virarika young people. So the painting was made, and we made the glossary afterwards with the Virarika teacher of the local school of Tsikvaita. And there on the video, the young people are telling about their paintings and their understandings and use on this work they have been doing. And this painting, the past, present, and future in our community, is made by another community, the elementary school children of Puvarika community. Both communities are in Sierra Madre Occidental, Mexico. And the third community painting is made by teachers and students, indigenous and non-indigenous, of the Autonomous University of Nayarit, Tepic, in Mexico last year. And there was also a cultural specialist that's called Maracame in Tsikvaita language, in Virarika language. He was talking about the importance of the different cardinal points in Virarika ontology, and especially he talked about the importance of the West, of a Haramara sacred place. She is a cliff on the shore of Pacific Ocean. And that's the place where Virarika ancestors rose from the ocean and started walking towards the east. And thus they gave an example to all the others pilgrims that came after them. Mexican Virarika people, they have a land right to their land, and especially the lands where they commit pilgrimages. So they have, the pilgrimages also have a legal status in Mexican indigenous understanding and also understanding of the Mexican law. This painting installation is made by Stephanie Misa, an altar for the fleshy tongue. And it highlights the importance of spoken languages, and especially those spoken languages that don't have a written variant of the language, that are spoken only orally. And Stephanie's own language, Cebuano, is one of those languages that is mainly communicated orally. And in this installation, you can hear how she teaches words to her own son. And here is the altar, the backside of the altar. We also had a Sami lavu, a tent in the exhibition. And there was a video filmed with Sami elders living on both sides of the Teatno River, Norwegian side and Finnish side, Sami elders who speak same Sami language, North Sami. And these workshops, they were with Sami elders, they were arranged by Arramat research project led from Canada, and the researchers there who led the workshops were Sami researchers Hanna Guttorm and Irja Seurujärvi-Kari. And here in the back we can see artwork of Katarina Piraksikku, Sami artist from Swedish side. She is an artist researcher who is researching her own family roots and the lands of her ancestors from both mother's and father's side. She has made a huge artistic research and monography in Luleo Sami language and in Swedish. And here you see this work by Katarina Piraksikku. From Katarina Piraksikku's archive, the pasturing roots and reindeer marks of the families Pirak and Clemetson. And here is a close-up of the aquarels. And a long painting. There is a video by Cupaima Norma Robles, Moises y la Muerte. Cupaima is a young Virarika filmmaker who is making films of the challenges the Virarika face living in modern society. Kupaima will speak here later this afternoon. And here we see a general view of the exhibition. And still one painting series, Tatevari, that are about respecting the grandfather fire, who is also the source of all energy. So these painting series, they were made both by Virarika artists and children. And last, there is a video by Pekka Kantonen made with and for the community, Virarika community of Tzicuaita in Mexico. Pekka will soon come here to speak about this work. Okay, thank you. This was all. And now it's Pekka's turn.
Do you need some testing for the sound? Oh, it's okay. How about drinking the water?
So here's the video. If you
Okay, yeah, well,
want to show
I don't
it,
need it.
just
Does it matter where I am?
no.
I mean-
You can.
Okay, yeah. So my title was about generational filming as a method of conversation and remembering in the planning process of a community museum. So it's about this video work that you can see in the entire length in 80 minutes in the black box. And so I will introduce the work like through this method now and showing 20 minutes pieces of that video. And now I feel like that I'm showing now like the conversations around the process and leave the beef out of the plate, because all the rituals, ceremonies, activities actually are not included in this one, but that's my invitation to see the whole work in the exhibition. So the film and my talk is about a process that lasted 25 years. And in this community that already Leo mentioned, Tzicuaita, that is in the Sierra Madre Mountains, a Virarika community, they decided in the turn of the century or millennium to have a museum. Their Marakame had this dream about it. And the way we follow it, and also we apply the method that we have used in our video diary work and other works. It's called generational filming. I explain it shortly because many you may know about something about it. So it was created that to analyze and study the video diary that we have kept since 1990, and that was the year 2005. So we have a bunch of material. And first we started to show kind of thematically this material to different audiences, and then we film these comments that they had about it. And then we add these comments in the edition. And later we show this compilation and again had discussion and then filmed the discussion and added that. So there we already have 3 generations of video. That was kind of gradually becoming a method. But also we apply it with, when we were studying, we visited quite often also the Setu in Estonia, and especially interested in the archaic singing tradition. So one song that this song mother sang was studied with this method, and also another case was our friend, her summer identity was studied by this. And later on I was asked by the Baltic Circle Theatre Festival to make a study about impact of art. And there also I use it that the persons were talking about the idea of art and seeing the artwork in the theatre festival, and later talking about these 2 experiences. And with the Virarika, we didn't anymore follow so strictly this way of the method, but rather it was kind of umbrella concept that we work where the camera is active in the event, what is filming, and then this film material is brought back to the community. And actually we saw that this way, when the Virarika were planning the museum, they could reflect their ideas, they could remember the old ones, that there were several years in between, and they saw their previous discussions and some other activities that kind of, I would say, they were speeding the process of this planning. And so in this way there becomes always different versions of the video. Like the one that is now shown here, it is, well, it's 2nd or 3rd version, and it's kind of a final version, but surely it's not a definite version. So I'm sure that if we have the chance to return to live with the Virarika, it will be another version. So in this Museum Tunuvame project, the method was especially kind of a tool to have a communication between Sami people here in Finland and Norway and the Virarika people. So it was working like a video messenger there. That the history of this museum project, I will give a short guideline that it's easier for you to follow the video that I will show. Was that 2002 Sami Parliament President Pekka Aikio was visiting the Virarika and invited them to visit Samiland. And we as members of an NGO organized this visit in 2006. And they were visiting the kind of educational system of the Sami there, but they got very inspired about the Sami Museum Sida, and they just said aloud that we want a museum like that. And so that was kind of the official beginning of the project. And so when I edited the video about the process of planning the museum, I was trying to follow the guidelines and advice that the Virarika collaborators gave us. And the most important advice was that in their way of presenting things, that you have to present the communal process as a whole. You cannot leave things, and you cannot only take, something spectacle or something like that. And they were kind of criticizing the way that they have been filmed before, and this kind of the most common theme that there are dozens of films about their pilgrimage to Virikuta. That is for when they collect the hallucinogenic peyote cactus and have rituals concerning the peyote. And so they were not satisfied, the films that they have been seen, because they always kind of concentrated on the aesthetics and the spectacle. And for the Virarika, they wanted that there has to be the whole pilgrimage, all the holy sacred places on the way, and not only when they come to the desert to pick up the peyote and having their ceremonies. So they were kind of expecting that somebody to make that type of film, and they also asked us to do it with their students, but we knew that that's too much for us. We were not anymore being able, because it's very, very rough. And so that was the guideline, that I had to do this documentary about the museum process, that it has to have all the steps, and from the beginning. And that was also the model was when they visited the Sami, and also in Finland, different places. And when they explained the history of their school, they always started about the dream that the Marakame had about the dream, and so about the school, and they could never just go into what kind of school we have, but they always told the whole story. And my intention in the documentary, and maybe you can see it in this short version too, that was that in the whole documentary there is no outsider experts. So all the experts are Virarika that are talking about their culture and their planning of the museum. And how I've seen, and also they were criticizing that the Virarika, and I guess most of the indigenous people, are presented that they are the carriers of kind of esoteric ancient wisdom, that they are talking to us Westerners, or they have been shown like campesinos who talk about the cultivating the maize and very kind of simple livelihood themes. Or in the politics, it's mainly about the land rights and indigenous rights. But this kind of common themes that we have, they usually not themselves are talking in the documentaries, neither they are talking about kind of analyzing their life. There is always a kind of, or usually, the kind of anthropologists or so who are giving the big picture of the culture or the people. So that was, I wanted to avoid, and I hope that, at least I feel that they are giving the big picture, and they are able to do it, and it's just that they have been not listened to, that type of, or not asked maybe. And I think that's my hypothesis, that there is a different kind of discourse going on, how they talk, because there is this kind of ancient wisdom coming, everyday things, but at the time they are commenting the modern life, they are jokes, and they are kind of intellectual pondering about the museum, about the idea of the museum. And I think that this is a result of the method that this generational filming, first of all, it's because the processes are very long. In this case, it's 25 years. So there becomes this kind of trust with us, and they kind of, we learn to talk with each other. We speak in Spanish, that is a foreign language to both of us. In this way, we are somewhat equal, even though not equal in a strict sense. But anyhow, there becomes a discourse that is we are sharing, and that makes it possible to certain topics and the way we talk with each other. And other thing is that because they have seen us filming them, and they have seen the filming results, and they can see how we appreciate some type of talking and their presence and thoughts. So there is a kind of empowerment process going on, because they can be proud, but they have been said before, and also in this process they can continue there where they have taught what they have taught before. Especially in the end part of it, that this planning of the museum, sometimes we thought that it will never end, that it will just be, that the museum will never come to be realized. But this year there was a sudden change, and I can credit quite much for the film event, not the film in itself, but the event that they were watching themselves, seeing the previous version of this history of the museum process. That after seeing that, they in March this year they decided to open the museum May this year, and there was not that plan, and that you will see also kind of shortly what happened among them. And then I just say that about the documentary there, that even it's a long one, you can easily jump in to see just a part of it, because it's built in the sequences. So, and there is no other plot than these people are planning a museum and finally they get it. But let's say the beef there is the way they are thinking about the museum. And also there are about 4 or 5% that you kind of learn to know, and their way of thinking. So the storyline is actually following the thinking process there. So now I stop that you see mainly about the method in the film, and then after that you may comment and I try to answer. Thank you.
Ana ikawa regeneta teror tagato yanne nanchi ke putawa nanchi ke putawa ke pitate no Ivan puta on Taiwan pero esa va a ser copia, no va a ser de de mucho tiempo que los lugares, casas sagradas. Eso va a ser nada más copia.
Niin tämä tiemme anareikot. Tätä tuolla kartukaa tää arjen. Ajuaga matsi.
Kiva. Okei, mennään tälle myöhemmin.
¿Cómo les pareció eso?
A mí me pareció muy importante porque ella, sin haberla organizado, rápido nos invita a su casa, aunque sea un ratito, a ver.
Sí.
Y nos da a conocer. Ella misma decía que no era tan fácil darlo a conocer a otras. Y nosotros fuimos privilegiados, todo lo que nos enseña.
Y como que era muy activa, rápidamente, nada más se dedicó a los materiales donde estaba.
Sí.
Y pues fue muy bien explicado y rápido.
Sí.
Sitten sen jälkeen, kun ne on saatu
Y después de eso,
valkoiseksi, haiseviksi.
cuando sean ya blancos y que huelan muy mal los pieles,
Ja sitten se kuivatetaan kesän.
y durante un verano se echa a secar. Eso quiere decir que es el centro educativo de la área Sami.
Tässä sinä teet tulitikkurasia, joka on vanha saamelainen esine ollut.
Siitä vielä.
Joo, tässä on vasta alulla. Turonsarvista. Ennen vanhaan tulitikut myytiin nippuina. Niin, ja silloin piti olla erillinen rasia, joka oli kostea suojassa. Kysyt, että mitä esimerkiksi tänä päivänä meksikolaiset vois hyödyntää. Varmasti, kuten tuossakin tavallaan tuli esille, että erilaisten tekniikojen mahdollisuus käyttää, jota täälläkin on käytetty, ja miksei päinvastoinkin. Eli kun käsityö on sinänsä hyvin perinteisesti samankaltainen kautta maailman globaalisesti, mutta erilaisten versioiden, tekniikoiden ja tämmöisten hyödyntäminen, niin se on se, joka laajentaa ne mahdollisuudet.
Joo.
Siitä on koulun kannalta ihanteellinen paikka, koska siinä on kulttuurin eri kerrostumia ja eri aikakausilta, jolloin oppilaat se, mitä koulussa opetetaan, niin ymmärtävät sen työn merkitystä aikoinaan, että se ei ole ollut mikään koriste tai pelkästään, tai sitten se on ollut jotakin todellista tarvetta varten.
Lapsetkin pienestä pitäen siis kasvaa tähän tämmöiseen kulttuuriin, tai että ihan niin, että pienet lapset jo käy täällä ja oppivat näkemään, että museo on tämmöinen inhimillinen paikka ja niin kuin heidän oma paikka.
Mikä lähtökohta on tuossa meidän nykyisessä näyttelyssä on se kulttuuriekologinen, eli se yhteiselo sen luonnon kanssa ja se resurssien käyttö. Mutta sieltä voisi nostaa myös paljon monta muuta suhdetta.
Me gustó y lo que aprendí fue la arte, cómo manejan los samis, principalmente de los renos.
Suurimman vaikutuksen minun teki se, miten saamelaiset työstää poroa taiteessa.
Kyllä se tuntuu ensimmäisenä tietenkin, että se pitäisi olla jollakin lailla ihmisten tavoitettavissa, eli silloin se pitäisi ainakin olla siinä yhteisössä ja yhteisön itse ylläpitämä ja sitten heillä pitäisi olla sille joku tarve.
Jotenkin tulee kyllä mieleen, että se voisi olla jopa vielä enemmän kulttuurikeskus kuin mitä siinä. Että se lähtisikin siitä tavallaan, että se olisi tämmöinen tapaamis- ja kohtaamispaikka ja ja sitten siinä sivussa voisi olla tätä museotoimintaa, jolla sitten...
Kylätalo.
Niin, enemmänkin kylätalo.
Seuraava vaatii ykkönen. Para mí el museo SIDA de allá de Finlandia, me gusta mucho lo que está conservando, lo que hacen ahí los alumnos y los maestros, se podría decir, ¿no? Y entonces pienso que lo mismo puede suceder aquí en esta escuela, si tuviéramos nuestro museo.
Lo que estamos viviendo ahora. Por ejemplo, yo si escribo, que estoy enseñando la artesanía en Tatutsi, la gramática birrárica y todas las enseñanzas y aprendizaje de los niños, puede que pase 50 años, esa va a ser una historia.
Los lugares sagrados, como eran anteriormente, ahora ya no son así, se han ido modificando. Aunque están en el mismo sitio, en el mismo espacio, pero ya, por ejemplo, el agua antes era a lo mejor más abundante, pero ahora ya yo me he dado cuenta que he recorrido algunos lugares sagrados, pues ya no es así. Y eso sería bueno, por ejemplo, si esto se empezara, no sé, desde hace tiempo o muchos años atrás, se pudiera ir notando la diferencia.
Con los otros indígenas, como estamos, lo vamos globalizando, vamos uniendo con los otros indígenas a cambiar nuestra cultura.
Pero a mí lo que más me había gustado, como lo hicieron el tambor. Ahí lo trabajaron todos los hombres, los 3 o 4, uno jalándolo para allá, otro para acá. Pero me hubiera gustado más dónde cortaron el árbol, cómo lo cortaron. Y cómo la gente se da cuenta que ahí está un palo que sirve para el tambor. Mucha gente dice que habla, que suena, lo escuchan. Entonces está por allá un tambor que va a hacer, entonces le empiezan a buscar. Eso era lo importante ahí. O sea, esto ya, como quien dice, se hizo nomás por la segunda parte.
Bueno, yo nunca había visto un video del 80 para abajo. Entonces el video que vimos ayer, me gustaron los collares que traía Tepu. Lo que yo quiero saber si eran de telar o era de Shakira, porque se veía bien bonito de cómo se adornaban los hombres con los collares. Entonces de ahí se puede sacar esas muestras o esos adornos de los hombres.
Sí.
Y ahí se puede guardar esos conocimientos.
¿Cómo se puede? ¿Qué opinas que a los dioses les gustará el museo?
¿Quién puede saber?
Pues sí van a entrar allá.
Más bien nosotros vamos a ser quienes vamos a formar o invitar a los dioses ahí. Porque si tenemos el maíz sagrado, entonces ya una diosa puede entrar ahí con esa ofrenda. Si tenemos una ofrenda ahí, si bendecimos, entonces ya pueden haber ahí los dioses.
Sí, igual que entraron a la escuela.
Ajá, igual.
Sí, porque antiguamente no eran los viraritari y los dioses tampoco no necesitaban escuelas ni
Pues
museos.
No. Y yo me imagino si yo tengo una piedra que lo cuido, que le doy ofrendas, que lo conservo y pues que diariamente lo alimento. Entonces esa piedra va a ser mi Dios. Y así pasa con la tecnología, creo. Porque yo nunca he intentado de llevar una computadora en un lugar sagrado.
¿Y qué tienen allí abajo? Las ofrendas son ¿Son de los participantes? ¿De todos?
Sí. Sí, son objetos de los participantes. Vara, jícara, flechas, muy bien. Corta, también. Tengo ganas de tejuino.
Sí, ya.
¿Qué quiere decir derecho? ¿Quién sabe de ustedes?
What does right mean? Who of you know?
Ketkä teistä tietää, mitä oikeudet tarkoittavat?
Kihtiin tiihtä mai tuu veika huolta tarkoit.
Denle un aplauso. Entonces, esto que es madre, bate. La verdad te me viene. La otra. Mata, ¿qué han? No saca de ver que levante su mano. Ah, una categoría.
Derecho a ir a la escuela.
Nunca, bien.
Sí. Sí se ve bonito.
Pueden pasar.
Sí, gracias.
Yo peleo cubano, yo peleo corruptor. Amo bien, yo leo cubano. En aquel yo leo cubano. Y los dioses reciban las ofrendas.
Pues cuando visitamos la Universidad de Noruega, vi ahí dentro de la universidad un centro que estaba así como lo que está ahí adentro, lo que vamos a ver ahorita. Como que ahí tenían cosas de indígenas, pues. Entonces de ahí me llama la atención, ¿por qué nosotros no ponemos uno en nuestra escuela? Como tenemos el centro ceremonial en Tuquipa, allá en San Miguel, entonces, ¿por qué no la traemos ahí en nuestra escuela para que también los alumnos aprendan de ahí, de esos conocimientos que tenemos ahí en nuestro centro ceremonial? Y más o menos estuvimos aquí pintando los nombres de los jicareros de la derecha. Ahí están, ¿cómo se sientan allá pues?
Eso va a ser nada más útil, entonces lo vamos a hacer así, arriba a lo mejor cosas antiguas, hasta arriba tal vez archivo.
Todavía piensan igual que pensaron hace 10 años, hace 15 años.
A lo mejor lo que soñábamos, o en mi caso particular, no se ha llevado tal como lo pensaba.
Pero no es imposible.
No es imposible. ¿Qué época más o menos,
Y lo que platicábamos ayer sobre la ceremonia del toro, pues todavía sigue en pie de que se haga en mayo. Mientras en estos días nos preparamos, arreglamos todo bien, organizamos ahí adentro, en Casa Tunubame y en Tuquipa acá de la escuela. Estamos pensando de hacer esa ceremonia y de una vez ya inaugurar la casa en mayo, y para que pues pudieran apoyar algo sobre la res.
Yo tengo una sugerencia, así, como que nosotros no podemos venir en mayo.
Sí, eso es lo que...
Entonces, si ustedes podrían filmar algo.
Pues
bien. Y entonces deciden que yo quería en esta película, yo quería poner unos minutos, si es posible, adquirir. Eso, cómo se transmitirlo, podemos arreglar, pero sería muy bueno.
Yo grabo, pero me deja su...
No se van.
Pero de este video que vieron, ¿cómo lo imaginan? ¿Qué falta de este video? ¿Cómo debería terminar? ¿Qué dicen ustedes?
Pues yo creo que debería terminar con un producto de aquí de Tatutsi. A mí me gustaría, por ejemplo, visitar Casa Tunubame, que se viera lo que se exhibe adentro. Eso falta, creo. Y pues lo que falta es terminar de Tuki también, lo de adentro.
Mutta tuossa kun on kauan tämmöinen miten me juuri näitä sinne kotaan. Juuri kyllä mennä näitä teidän ja ora ja tuossa on. Nyt on se kuitenkin tuo ja apa. Helikoptera päälle.
Para näin me vata es paso na ja robe.
Keo.
We don't have any time, but maybe if... Oh, if there's later, questions, you may return. I suggest that we continue because one question is nothing. Katri, is it your turn?
Oops. Ja. Okay. Yeah, the next speaker is Katri Hirvonen-Nurmi, who is part of the research project Taking Back the Museum, and she has done many years fieldwork also on the Virarika community. Uveni muveje.
So, yes, testing. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2. Where do I change? Okay. Hello everybody, and thank you for KuvA for the possibility to participate in this research day and one of the ending events of the project Taking Back the Museum. I am Katri Hirvonen-Nurmi, and I have 27 years of experience in working as a collection worker in Helena Rautavaara Museum, first as a curator and currently as chief curator. I am also a doctoral researcher in social anthropology in University of Helsinki. The working title of my dissertation is The Virarika Community Museum Project and Knowledge Production. During 3 years, I participated in a research project, Socially Responsible Art Institutions and Artists, together with Lea and Pekka Kantonen. And during those years, I also made, during 2 years, a half-year field work in Mexico among the Virarika. Within social anthropology and critical museology, the history of ethnographic museums is target of critical studies. Both anthropology and museums have in history been tools of colonialism. But already several years, if not decades, museums are carrying out many projects aiming at decolonization. My research project is joining this endeavor with the KONE research project, Taking Back the Museum. One of the inspirations for my research has been the social anthropologist from United States, Christina Krebs, especially her work in Indonesia. As the task for museums globally is redefined these days as not supporting hegemonic discourses of nationalism, museums have taken a move towards multiculturalism and interest in cultural contextualization. In ethnographic museums as well, a gradual shift from exhibitions and representations is taking place towards cooperation with source communities. Through increasing participation of indigenous peoples in museum-related professions, new alternatives for old museum practices can be learned and new intellectual insights assessed. This leads to the question to which extent indigenous peoples could be themselves producers of knowledge in museums. Christina Krebs has in her writings of curating offered insights into how different concepts around collecting, organizing collections and preserving them also make museums sites of dialogue and translation between ideological structures. Krebs brings up dialogue and exchange as promising directions in museum communities, saying, acknowledging the value indigenous curation should not diminish the role of professional curatorship in museums. Rather, recognition opens up possibilities of dialogue and the exchange of information, knowledge and expertise. The point is to give credence to bodies of knowledge and practices that have been historically overlooked or devalued. Hence the question of this presentation: can a museum serve as a suitable institution for Virarika ways of passing transcultural, transgenerational knowledge forward? In what ways is it more suitable than a high school, for example, for this task? Or is it? So Western Sierra Madre is the general context of both my fieldwork and the work of Lea and Pekka with Virarika, and the people live there in 4 different states. Viraritari are not the smallest indigenous peoples in Mexico at all, but they live in sometimes separated because of geographical reasons and also governed by these different states. The site of my fieldwork was a rather small one, with only 310 heads of families in 2016 and 2017. The community calls itself an autonomous community. And the landscape in Gran Nayar is, perhaps this is subjective, but very beautiful. There's, especially if you see some from far, it looks like intact natural environment, intact natural environment. And there are these sacred sites in the Sierra and near waterfronts, which makes it also possible for tourism, which can be one hope for indigenous people, but also it can be realized in extractive ways as part of the capitalist system of the Federation. The Virarika, many of you may know already well because of the work of Lea and Pekka during many years. So they share the same technology than our ancestors in Finland, slash and burn agriculture. And the diet varies a bit depending the altitude where people live. Maize, beans and calabash are main staple food. So on the last lines, it should be mentioned that although they are indigenous people and thus they have protection of many Mexican laws, the realization of these rights is not in best possible form. And what is good, like the demarcation of the communities and to have really in paper and in documents the old land rights, they also can cause some conflicts between the local communities. So what the Virarika are all the time fighting for is the joint vision of their common future, and thus getting power to react in some projects that are haunting them, like first silver majestic mines in one of their sacred sites in Real de 14. My fieldwork site was historically depending from a bigger community, San Andres, actually the same community where this Tsikvaita belonged to, which we saw just before in Pekka's film. And they have been fighting for their all territorial limits, which were found in the archives in documents. So they are reclaiming these old rights to a big terrain of land, and this is the absolutely most important, the projects they are working with. But to be given these rights, they have to remember their cultural roots, keep it alive, stay indigenous. And there is the trick: how to work, how to educate people in schools, how to cooperate with state institutions while recognizing their own knowledges, their own ways of transmitting the knowledge. In my work, I lean towards both Foucauldian writers and theory, which helps in paying attention to power structures and different forms of showing power, and also to Johannes Neurath, who works with museology and writes about Virarika culture, also through accepting the theories of ontological turn. For example, of the former Foucauldian writers, Mexican museologist Mario Rufer has studied local community museums. Like my thesis is about the local community museum in Uveni. And he has written that in some way these community museums recognize and exhibit that which the state failed to give voice to in its hegemonic discourses. And he makes questions inspired by Tony Bennett. Who speaks? For which communities? And for what purposes? So this is one of the tasks worldwide that the new decolonial strand in museums is aiming at, to give voice to the indigenous people to speak for themselves, for the worldwide community, and for the purpose of, well, for the survival of all the minority cultures. And art historian Mary Coffey from United States has also studied governmentalisms, where museum work often leads to also education in state high schools leads to. So museums, she studied museums and reconfiguration of Mexican society under neoliberalism. The studies of governmentalisms concentrate typically on the national end of state-community relationships. When considering from the point of view of the support for education that indigenous peoples receive, for example, in the Mexican Constitution, the Constitution says in the section for the powers of Congress that museums are among the educative institutions. The museums, even small ones, are spaces where the state takes place with its support and regulative governance. So they are spaces for fighting for cultural rights, but still during the governmentalisms they make the state, the federation, take place. So on the side of these, a more methodological help comes from the writings of Tim Ingold, especially what he writes about learning in the landscape. Especially his book, The Perception of Environment, essays on livelihood, dwelling and skill have been important for me. And also other experiences in methodology already in my student years in the 1900s, and I mean in the 1990s, this participatory action research was very popular, and I noticed that it is now used also in by the Virarika communities who cooperate with local universities. So there's sometimes common ground found in one's own activism and in the fieldwork. So it took my fieldwork took place in the high school as teaching, but it was not just any teaching. The school was Indigenous initiative, and it was very innovative. So they incorporated museology as one of the materia in the schools. And they also had these indigenous rights, Virarika language, Virarika culture in the school then during my fieldwork. But unfortunately, because of these governmentalisms, the school has now changed and it is more and more the normal curriculum. So first time I visited there with Lea and Pekka and other activists of a Crash Finnish association. And there we found the whole community cooperating to create this high school. The families took turns in giving food to the children, and there were only one teacher at that time that got salary, and the others were supported in some level by the local community. But while the teachers fought to gaining their rights given in the constitution and getting the finance for getting more teachers, for getting better spaces, they have in a lot of pain and work only received 2 places for 2 teachers. And this spirit of cooperation, which is very much a Virarika thing, it has declined. So the part of the very first collective spirit to work with the community and for the culture, they made this collection of traditional items, and then I started to work with this collection with the students. I taught both museology as theory and as concrete tasks, cleaning them, documenting objects, and giving tasks to the students so that they would interview their parents on the traditions. And this was designed very much in cooperation with the teachers. So this is like the imported part to the school, which was very much in line with the Mexican movement dialogue of knowledges, which is put forward in many civil movements and indigenous movements that this writer, this anthropologist writes about Leiva Solano. So I shared my expertise in museum work. I brought some basic tools like having the white gloves to protect objects from minerals and acidity in human hands. And then I also was taught the local pest control techniques, like this antlers here. That is a very sacred emblem of Virarika culture. Those antlers are like a way to show they are used during pilgrims, and it is really seen that the deer is the entity that guides the path of the pilgrim. But after the pilgrimage, they become kind of a souvenir, and they are hung. Sometimes people hang them in their houses as practical mikä on naulakko? Yeah, coat hangers. But in the museum, I asked the cultural teacher how to deal with the larvae that were inhabited this object. And he said, oh, you just soak it in the water with calcium, kalkki, with lime, and let it be there. And I thought, okay, clever, he has got a lot of practical knowledge. But only afterwards I noticed that soaking things in calcium is actually a reference to maize, their other deity. So all the women, when they cook their daily tortillas, they soak the maize before they cook it, and then it makes it soft. And that's one of the most important myths in Virarika families related to the mother maize, to the deity, especially important for women. So this was also a reference that the deer and the maize belong together, and they are sometimes like seen as the same part of two things. So this was a very important lesson for me as a museum person, that even the practical tools of the everyday things and tricks, how to make pest control, in the best case, they would be part of the holistic information system based on old mythology and like the origin of things and based in the local ontology. Whereas for me, sometimes the white gloves is part of the Western rituals. Like you put your gloves on and then you get this new, a bit elevated museum identity, and then you treat the objects with veneration and care. So measuring objects, writing information about them in files was empowering for the students. They could come and write on the whiteboard, and then we copied to the files what these objects are used for and what are their names in Virarika. And we measured them. And thus I tried to make this kind of scientific lessons too, which would help the students in their future profession, because that is what high school do. They make young people prepared for future academic professions. Meanwhile, also giving place to the local information and local knowledges. So the transgenerational transmission of knowledge came in the interview of the young people with their parents and grandparents, and that is also used as method in many other materia too in the school. So how to expose and organize this in a museum? Rufer has studied Mexican most important museum, National Museum of Anthropology and History, and he has also found out that this thematization is more like repeating the ordering, which comes very much from the since the time of in the 1700s, the very much birth of Western philosophy, and it's kind of showcase for this kind of thematization, organization, and analysis. Whereas the local museums have other aims, and they might have other ideas of thematization and organizing. One thing we discussed and couldn't really agree was how to present history, because first the teachers wanted to have the original path of the gods from the time of darkness, when they started to ascend from the sea and take the path in the mountains through the sacred sites. So that is the start of many of their traditions and knowledges. But they also wanted to have history of their own community, have the first families who settled there, and show that. And that is not such a long history. There have been separate families in the mountains, but they gathered only after 60s there, when the state started to build schools, primary schools. So, although true as possible to the indigenous social organization, the museums are presenting these societies and cultures to everyday visitors. But if it's not contextualized, it is kind of presented as a stable thing that is not really capable of change and adaptation. So when I visited this anthropological museum with two Virarika teachers, they were commenting often, "Oh, this is old-fashioned. We are shown here traditional costumes that are old-fashioned. They are not done this way." So what is the really difficult thing is how to show the start from the really like they say themselves, the mythological origins, their social organization, which they are really keeping their tradition alive with, like the civil religious hierarchy. It is really the way that really the transcultural knowledge is put forward and learned and practiced. So, and still not to present it as a culture that is too much always staying the same. So the museologist Johannes Neurath is very good in writing about ways in which Virarika are not closed at all to outside knowledge, but they are always interested in making it part of their own and then they are taking shifts between two ontologies. He's using the concept of ontological syncopation, and they are also adapting, like for example, Catholic Church has this historical organization in the communities, so the civil religious hierarchy has partly the Catholic old responsibilities in the community, but then there are also old non-religious offices together with them. And also the Christian gods have their Virarika names, and they have been adapted to the Virarika system, such as the Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe, who has in 2 days the Mexican celebration, is called Tanana, and is a very important figure as one of the ancestors walking in the landscape, as well as Jesus Christ, who is sometimes very different kind of figure in the stories, interested in music and such things than in the Catholic faith. So the other part, which is not so well adapted to this museological thematization, is like according to Neurath, like cosmogonic myths, and he wants to stress that that the Virarika, they realize, no, they put in practice knowing and getting to know things. It is a collective search for vision, and it takes form in collective visionary quest. And that is not something gathering some old information, but it's part of the ritual rebirth and recreation all the time. And that's why that is the old tradition. They are pertained not only because of old things are important, but it's part of recreation. And that's quite in line with way Ingold writes, I find. So the way that the traditions and old knowledges were taught at school, if compared with Finnish school system, they would need art classes, handicraft classes, they would need history classes. If teachers are well informed, they would be taught in classes of philosophy or religion and life, and in our case, in Finnish literature classes. So all this knowledge I started to incorporate in the museology with the help of the local cultural teacher and with the students. But also we used as a textbook a Mexican guide for creating community museums. So there I also picked concrete tasks, and one of them was how to market the community museum. I gave the task for the students that let's design a logotype for the museum. So I was really surprised how the students, they took the task quickly like this, and in groups they draw many really beautiful logotypes. And if you see this photo and then you look at the exhibition, the visual culture is really strong, and through these different artifacts that they produce all the time for their rituals, they easily copy them to their expressions, and also they live in the middle of these houses decorated by logotypes referring to their own culture. Okay. So these different tasks were given because museum profession can be a future profession for any of the students, and they also got this as an example that their knowledge can take different forms which can help them in academic studies too. But then there was this other task beside teaching that I tried to realize, like Christina Krebs did in Indonesia, finding the local concepts that have to do with preservation and safeguarding things. So in the conceptual, in the abstract level, the knowledges had to do with this communicating with Mother Earth, learning from her, and also learning from the ancestors that are seen as alive in the landscape. The Virarika teachers, when they traveled with our group of researchers in Oaxaca and artists, they spoke about on Monte Alban as our ancestral place. So sometimes the way of using the ancestor, it can be a very concrete thing. It's a god who is prayed for in the landscape and visited, but it's also used very much in the Mexican heritage language. So sometimes a researcher can be a bit confused between these different domains of speech. So the Mexican nation has very much adapted the talk about ancestors, although it's a very different talk when you talk about tourism and in Monte Alban and when the Virarika speak about their ancestors. So there's always, often museums are presented as something very contrary to the indigenous thinking. But I took some examples. Written language and written concepts are sometimes taken as something scientific, very Western. But the Virarika have this word of writing, which is in their use similar to making art. So when the men paint arrows that then are like the symbol, the personification of each family, and then they are put in a rukuri, in a bowl, which combines several families in one lineage. These arrows are yearly painted and decorated, and the way they decorate, it's scripture also. Yeah. And then in museums, when they are just objects, you have to decipher them. And that's why museums are depending really on the cooperation with people. Like that's what the Virarika teachers did just last week in Oslo, to really make difference between arrows that are for hunting and others that are for healing and others that are for representing the family. So so this is like the Virarika way of talking about these objects. This is an example of the holistic way of combining health, art and heritage objects. And sometimes, it's very difficult to write about in an academic context without losing this connection between health and art. So what I found that I learned new things from were really concepts of planning and innovation. In this film you saw many times, especially teacher Agustin speak about dreaming, and others, yes, I dreamt this and dreamt that. So it's really, it could be a synonym, close synonym to innovation. And I found in the community that in cooperation, for example, with Crash and other institutions, it was very, very important that the community is really given the role of innovating and given the credit. Also beginning things. There we also saw the thing about making the offering of a toro, of a bull for the opening of the museum. So things have to be inaugurated, and it means that you invite the ancestors, the kakayarite, the gods, to participate and present things, and without that, things and projects don't really flourish well. And also the authority of the museum personnel. Like I could teach some things, but I had to promise that I always consult with the Virarika teacher, who is the responsible of teaching culture, and together we would really make a successful museology course. So, so comparing the practices of the local knowledge holders and museum technology and knowledge, it's possible to find more sustainable practices. And through a community museum, the Virarika have better means to have their own head and have their own way of doing projects. One tool for really helping their culture to survive is repatriation, and that really means that they have to adapt these Western technologies and show to the state and national officials that they are capable of conservation of objects, and there's still task to do. So it was really promising to visit in the Norwegian Museum of Cultural History, where Karl Lumholtzi's collection was partly gathered. For example, this is one of the arrows that had ended up down here in the museum. And this is a book that is really a bibliographic treasure in the university library here in Helsinki. And I started my fieldwork studying this. So now really the kind of the circle has ended when I saw the Virarika people holding these objects and talking with themselves in Virarika and with us in Spanish, and I was translating. So the next page is probably written, for example, Juan with the museum making a webinar together with Virarika students. So if there was time, I would have shown a little video from the museum visit, but it's not necessary. So thank you, everybody. I'm sorry that the more refined conceptual discussion was a bit cut short. We can continue it later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katri. We have 10 minutes. Is it 10 minutes now?
One question, if perhaps now.
Yes, sure.
And we can continue during the coffee break. Yes.
In the slide where you listed the items of your fieldwork, last was crisis of representation, and you didn't go to that, and I was wondering, did you discuss this concept with the students? Was it part of the study? Or?
No. It's one of the really, in two ways it was present. My first research question was, is the museum itself a representation of the community? So that is a problem, like in anthropology you speak about objectification of culture, and that often leads to marketing about indigenous people for tourist companies. So that is not what this museum, Uveni Mujevi was interested in. They wanted to build their museum in modern general Mexican architecture. So they took different choice than in the Tsikvaita community. For them, the museum was a place for conservation and presenting and so on. And another thing is that who can speak for the community? Like the people, they really incorporate the knowledge through their growing up, doing many pilgrimages and so on. So like in an academic profession, it's difficult to really speak about Virarika culture and present it if one is not initiated. So there's another question of representation. And then there are more that have to do more with the theory of the ontological turn. But there I'm not clear enough yet to speak more about.
Okay, thank you very much for your question and answer, Katri. And now we have 10 minutes break for coffee, and then we come back. Part of the research team of the project Taking Back the Museum, and now she is starting her own project at the University of Uppsala. And she is doing artistic research basically in the archives and studying the histories and land of her own family. Welcome, Katarina. And please, Katarina, if show please also your slides in your own computer, so we will see them in the space here.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the invitation, Leah. And I'm hoping you have had a really nice day today. I will start to talk about my research, and this was the wrong. I was not going to show you this one, and not my. Okay, then let's start again. It's really strange because I can't see you. I know that you have been to the exhibition today. I will start here. I have recently started a new project in Uppsala. I have artistic research money from the Swedish Research Council. And this project is based on the project that I did in the project Taking Back the Museums. But I want to start to show you this piece. This piece I did 2005, and it was when I graduated from the Art Academy in Umeå, at the Umeå University. And I did a map, and I was really, in these days, I was really upset, as you can see, with the smashed glass, and I had painted on the glass with blood and things. And then I wanted to do evidences. It was a court case in Västerbotten, and it's called Nordmalingsmålet. And my mother's cousin, he was a witness, and he told that his mother, she was born in this area, and they wanted to have evidence. His family, they were reindeer herders, so they moved from the Swedish coast to almost to the Norwegian coast when he was a kid. And he told that his mother, she was born on a mountain really close to the coast, and they wanted to have evidence. But how to show evidence, because they were there during the winter, and in winter time it's snow in this area, so you couldn't really leave any traces. And I was really upset. And I was like, he has a story that he's telling, and he has heard this story since he was a kid. He was maybe 8 years old, 2004. And I was really provoked that a story couldn't be an evidence. So I was painting on the floor, and I have done this piece a lot of times in different spaces where I have exhibited, just to leave traces after myself and my history. You can clean them off, but I don't really care about if they are there forever, because I have been there, and for me that's enough. And it's also a tradition that we are not really leaving any traces. In the beginning, I was really satisfied that I didn't have some parts left when I had done my installations. Today it's not the same. I have a lot of old art pieces in my studio, but it was in the beginning. And today I'm doing math in my project, and I started in the project Taking Back the Museums, and it's still about evidence. I did a map for my mother's home place. This place wasn't owned by my grandparents on my mother's side. My grandfather and grandmother, they decided to stay in Åsele during one summer. They had a lot of kids, and they didn't have so much reindeers, and they didn't have so much money, so they had to stay in Åsele to earn more money. During this year, 2 or 3 kids died. And my grandmother, she didn't want to start to work with the reindeers again, because she really wanted to go to the graves and to visit her children. So they decided to stay in Åsele. I think my grandfather, he was keeping the reindeers because he was thinking maybe his youngest son would start to work as a reindeer herder. But he also died when he was 6 or 7 years old. And this place they didn't live here for a long period of time. But I'm telling, because I have been here during the summers, and I wanted to tell the story about this place. This is my father's home place, and you can see I have written the stories that I have been told, or it's not really stories, but for example, I have written, this is the house of my father's home place, and it's built by his grandfather. This place is much more used by my father's family, because they have passed this place when they were moving from the mountains down to the forest. And I wanted to tell this story about this place. So we have the memories of the place. I'm not here anymore so much, and we haven't been here with my kids so much, because we don't own anything here in this area, and it's 30 kilometers from the closest road. There is still buildings there, but they belong to my siblings and my cousins. So the stories that I have been told since I was a kid, I have done them into a map. And what I was doing, maybe you saw my book in the exhibition. It was a result from another project. The middle part was the result of the other project, and I have been digging into the archive of race biology. I had a project. The name was To Give My Own Perspective. And it has been really important for me to tell my own stories. And I'm telling about myself and my family's story, because I don't want to be the researcher. I want to be a subject. And I don't feel I have the mandate to talk for all Samis, but I have the mandate to talk about myself and my story. So that's why I'm using myself, and I'm responsible for myself and for my own feelings. So that's the reason that I'm using myself. And when I did this, the middle part, I have written about the Institute of Race Biology, and I was giving the project's name was to give my own perspective. And a friend, she's a researcher, but she's also an editor. She said, but it doesn't make sense, Katarina, if you don't tell your own story. You have to tell your own story, otherwise it's not, you are not connecting to your project. And that was really true. And my family history is also a colonial history. So by telling that, I'm telling about the colonial history in Sweden. When I did the maps, I knew that my grandfather on my mother's side, he had been a reindeer herder, and I wanted to see the earmark that they are using to cut, to show that they are owning the reindeer. So I wanted to find the mark. And when I started to go into the archives, I realized that on my mother's side, it has been really big families. And I could find so many marks. And when I started to do them, to draw them together, I could see a system. It's like a grammar. And how are they doing the grammar? I don't really know, and I have been discussing with some people, and yes, it's a grammar, and I think they are really beautiful. And here you can really see, for example, this man, he was my grandmother's grandfather, so they are really old. And when I was into the archive, I don't really know what happened, but 1888, they started to register all the marks. For example, they went to the market here in Jokkmokk 1888, and when this is the judge book from this year, or it's 2 years. And it's really interesting to go inside the judge book, because in a judge book, you're writing what's happening. But when they were starting to register all the reindeer marks, there is no system in the Swedish system that could explain. We don't have any words in Swedish that can explain a mark in the ear of a reindeer. So when you're looking into the judge book, it's writing, and then you're coming to the marks, and they have to draw in the judge book. And that's a little bit strange to see. For example, this is one from one page in the judge book. It's a little bit strange to see, because when you are seeing all the letters and then you are coming to this part, you realize there is a system that doesn't exist in Sweden. And even today, the Swedes, they don't have words for the reindeer marks. So for example, my reindeer mark, they have, it's it's letters and numbers. For example, V/O. And what that means, you have to know what's V standing for slash and then the O. But in Sami, you have all these words that can really describe how it looks. And I don't really know what to do with this. But we will see. And if you were in the exhibition today, you also saw I have written the names of my family members. I have done like a family tree. In family trees, in genealogy, it's like you have the person, and then it's going in two different, the mother and the father, and then you have the grandmother. It looks like a tree or something like that. But when I was going to do this, I was like, it's really hard to do a tree because these people, some of them I have never met, but I have heard about them. For example, my father's grandfather, who died 1933. I have never met him, but I know a lot about him, and I know how the mark looked. So it's yeah. So I couldn't really do the system because the people they are going back and forth. It's like a circle with the stories. So it was really hard to do a line. I tried many different ways to write about my ancestors, but to do it on a line, then you have a beginning and an end. You also have a beginning and an end in my way of doing it. But if I would like to do it, I could go back and start again, because the line is not straight, it's more like circles, and I could connect the circle if I would like to do it. And maybe you also saw my book. This is a result of two, the taking back the museums, and also to give my own perspective. It was really hard to find the title of the book. It was I'm working with my husband when I'm doing the titles. And I'm telling him what I want to do. His mother language is Sami. The second language is Finnish. And he was like, we didn't really know how to do, but then we saw the graphic designers. They were working with a thread, and then we found this arpeharpo, arvstrådar. I don't know the English translation, so I hope all of you maybe know a little bit of Swedish, but maybe it's threads of heritage. It was really hard to do this book. I have so many levels of text, I wanted I have been writing about for example, my mother's grandfather, and I wanted to write about these people when they were born and died, and their godfathers. And when I did that, I could really see the connections between families. I own a really few reindeers, and it's a reindeer herder. He's taking care of them. And when my father died, I have been saying to him, "But you had me like a heritage. You can't get rid of me and my reindeers because you were taking care of my father's." But I have realized that our connection is so old. We are not close relatives, but it's really incredible how our families has followed each other. My grandmother's godfather was the reindeer herder's great grandfather. So we can really follow the families. It was really incredible. And then I also saw it's a small place outside Jokkmokk. My father was always talking about this place, and we couldn't really understand why. But this place, when I looked into the church books, I saw that some of my father's uncles, they had their godparents in this small place. So it means they have been there during the winters with the reindeers. They have really had really strong connections to each other, but it's lost in some way. So that really showed a connection. And this small place doesn't belong to my sameby, and I don't know what that is today. So it means the borders that are made between the areas that groups of reindeer herders can have their reindeers, they are made by the Swedish authorities. So that was really fun. And here we have one page from the book. And I told you, I had a lot of different levels of text. And also, I didn't want to mention all the race biologists, researchers, anthropologists, and so on. So I have mentioned them, but I'm saying race biologists, for example, and when the person is born and when the person died, because I didn't want to mention them in my book, because my book would be about me and my family's story. But I had to tell them. I had to mention them. It was impossible. But I wish I could have written this book without mentioning the researchers. Yes. This is a page from my father's family. And I have shown we don't have so many items left from my grandmother because he was policeman, he was a collector. He went often to my father's home, and he brought a bottle of vodka. And my step-grandfather, he was an alcoholic. And when he was drunk, he sold so many items. So this is one of the few things that are left, and I wanted to have them in my book because I want to show my kids and also for the next generation, so they know how our clothes look. It's really important when you are sewing Sami clothes that you know your family history and the traditions and so on. So I wanted to show the handicraft that is left from my grandmother. My cousins were a little bit like, they didn't really want to show them, but I said it's really important because it's only one person who can own the hat. And it's important that all our future generation that they have the possibilities to see. And here it's from my grandmother. And I don't see but you see the small bags down to the right. And I found this bag. This is incredible. I found this bag on Tradera, like eBay, and I bought it. And I asked the woman, do you know where it comes from? And she said, no, she didn't know. And my grandmother, when she got sick, she sold a lot of her handicraft to another collector. And but my aunt, she has an old bag from my grandmother. And I went to her and I took a lot of photos of the bag. And then when I came home after a few months, I started to look at the bag, and I was saying, but the bag looks like my bag. And I couldn't remember when I had been taking photos of the bag. And the bag is in our kitchen, and I went there. So I have bought a bag made by my grandmother on eBay. And I didn't know that she made this bag until I saw the bag at my aunt's house. So that's really incredible how the bag found its way back home to me. So I think this was my last image. If anyone has any questions.
Are there questions for Katarina or some comments? Irja, do you have some comments for Katarina?
On, yes. Hello. I lived in. I'm Meri Mononen Matias, and I'm the chairperson of Tutkansjärvi, the Sami language and culture research society. And well, from this, I lived in Sweden for 12 years actually. So I'm thinking that do you see that there is more knowledge about the Sami these days in Sweden, and Do you see the attitudes changed? I mean, I grew up here in Finland and in Eastern Finland. And really, I didn't really know much about the Sami at all until, I got to know Mexican indigenous people in Oaxaca region. And then I noticed that I must know about the Sami also, that naturally, how am I to know anything about the indigenous if I don't know about the Sami? And this is the question to you: how is it in Sweden? And thanks for this presentation, very interesting, and your story. It was very good to hear, and it's very great that you are sharing it to everybody, and with your art, your path also into this. Knowledge, getting this knowledge yourself also about your family and Saminess. So please.
Yes, I think that Swedes are more aware about Sami people today, and they have more knowledge. I think it has really changed during the years in Sweden, since I was a kid. I'm grown up in Jokkmokk in the 70s. And for example, when I went to school, we were only a few persons that were Sami people, and today it's really many who they are saying that they are Samis today, and they are. So that's a big change. But today we have a right-winged government, and we can really feel the change. It's another. Yes, we can really feel the change. I can't really explain it, but that you couldn't say 10 years ago, you can say it today, public. It does, and about Sami people, and also about the refugees and the immigrants to Sweden. So we are, in Sweden, we are facing, I think, a hard time. And we will see what's happening the next election. But it's like after Trump, everything is allowed to say. So it's really scaring.
Okay, thank you, Katarina, for your answer. And yes, it's sometimes really scary here as well. Like we heard already today, like Mayu said, it's been a gift. I think it's a great gift that you are giving us to speak about your story and your family, and also leaving as a gift your wonderful book to our library. Thank you so much, Katarina.
And thank you, Leah, that I was able to be part of your project.
Okay, we shall now close this session and go on. We need a couple of minutes to arrange for the next one. So thank you, and bye-bye, Katarina.
Bye-bye.
Joo.
Okay, we have had really a long day and we had a discussion in the morning, but we haven't had a real long and deep discussion here in the afternoon, so I don't really know what to do with my presentation. I have prepared something about the issue of sacrifice, because it's something that's not familiar to myself personally or in the art and art world in our culture. And when working with Virarika people, that is something that always struck me. That what does sacrifice mean in Virarika art? And I don't so much try to find the answer as an ethnographer, because I'm not ethnographically educated. That I am interested in the concept of sacrifice, like in our daily collaboration with the Virarika people when we work together as colleagues of artists in art workshops and other, also like with teachers when we are planning things together and filming things together. Always it's the issue of sacrifice comes up again and again, and it leaves me kind of uneasy. So I will really shortly tell about these findings. First, the artwork of Nierika. Or I would maybe first like to start with a story of Catalino, who was one of the colleagues we have worked with. I met him near this village, San Andres, that also Katri mentioned, when he came to sell us a painting. And I immediately looked at it like as an Western artist, painter, that how wonderful artwork, how wonderful colors. So the coloristically, it's something it was inviting. And I bought the painting, and then I later asked Catalino to work with us. And he told about his work as an artist, how he's the only Virarika artist that I know that has also got some Western art education. And he went to educate himself in art and studied, and then he got a gallerist who represented him in the nearest city, and also he could give art workshops in the gallery. But then he was invited to this Rukuri Ukate, that's a ritual community of the traditional authorities, and he needed to move from the village, move from the city to the village, back to his village, and study together Virarika culture, together with 5 years, devote him to the study of Virarika art and healing, to become a marakame, a person who can dream and sing. And then he said that he's very ambitious as an artist, and artist should dedicate himself totally to the art and not think of anything else. And he said that he would like to have an exhibition in Europe. And then we asked, we didn't think we could do it, but it happened that in a few years we got an to arrange an exhibition where his work would have fit well. But at that time, he was already starting his work in this ritual community, and he didn't answer. And the exhibition time was approaching, and I was calling him desperately, and I couldn't reach him. And then finally, he didn't come at all. So that was something that left me thinking, why? What was that he didn't want to he had himself asked for an exhibition time, and now he didn't want to. So I will leave this question now, and I will go to Nierika. That's this art genre of Virarika people that we presented here in the exhibition. And it was as an art genre started in the 1950s. And the Virarika language Nierika means picture, offering of a round shape, cheek or cheekbone, a mirror, or a gift of seeing. So it has many meanings that maybe we, from a Western point of view, we cannot easily connect them to each other. A yarn painting is a version of small offerings left in sacred places, commercialized by Catholic missionaries, anthropologists, curators, and art collectors in the 60s and 70s. They are usually presented and exhibited in the context of craft or folk art. However, Mexican artist Juan Negrin exhibited Nierika in context of fine art, and as he said, with a missionary zeal, like his colleague John Bowles wrote in 2019. So he was really, really keen on presenting this Virarika genre as fine art. But in Virarika communities, this commercialization of this genre is received in an ambivalent way. Because on one hand, it's of course good that some Virarika people can make their living by Nierika, but on the other hand, it destabilizes the power relationships in the community, because if some artist becomes richer, sells well and becomes rich, it changes the community relationships, and it's ambivalent. And according to the Virarika ethics, a person who has enjoyed of learning Virarika heritage in a community should give back to the community. He shouldn't become rich and keep everything for himself. And especially if the person has received Virarika education as a part of Rukuri Ukate, as a part of the ritual elders of the community. So in a way, the person who received this education is seen as a sacrifice in the person. He is seen as somebody who dedicated himself totally to the community. And therefore, a person who has gone through this Rukuri Ukate education once or twice, and then after that received a gift of seeing, is sometimes, if he becomes a Marakame, a really powerful one, is seen as an ancestor already when he or she is alive. And even can be sacrificed, like small sacrifices, like those arrows that Katri spoke about, when still alive. So here you can see a small Nierika offering on a sacred place. And that is the painting. Like it was before it was commercialized. A wooden plate with beeswax on, and then some yarn. And there are also some uru, some sacrificial arrows. Turamuka Meta is a place person that we went to make offerings before we started our projects, to ask for a permission for these projects. Jose Benitez Sanchez is one of the artists that was chosen by this Juan Negrin and this John Bowles to be that they said as the most gifted ones. And so I have been wondering that who are we, like as outside artists, to judge who are the most gifted ones, and what is the effect our work, like the work of Juan Negrin, causing in this system that's different. If we go there and choose what is worth of presenting and worth of appreciating and worth of showing. And the questions we posed also in this project is that what kind of art is beautiful and valuable for the Virarikatari themselves, and how could we as art professionals participate in the art of the Virarika so that our work would not participate in cultural appropriation? And how can we avoid making too strong paintings so that we don't put our partners or ourselves in danger? Because some of the Virarika think that artwork, if they are powerful, they can become ancestors in themselves and they can make changes. So these are the questions we also pose to our collaborators or our artist colleagues when we work with the Viraritari. And the Viraritari themselves also think about these issues because they make they are prepared to this kind of questions and dangers. And that is why, for example, when we started in the Puvarika community, where also Irja and Hanna were with us, they gave us a welcome ceremony asking the ancestors to protect us, and in a way to give us a permission for giving a workshop and working with the Virarika art genre of Nierika. And this is Hanna's picture, how it looked like in the workshop. Many things going on at the same time. People are painting and playing violin and filming on video. Here is artwork by Felicitas Chavez de la Rosa, who is one of the original artists of the community. And here you can see, and this painting is also part of the exhibition. Here you can see a deer getting shot by arrows, and how the arrows enter the body of the deer, and the deer gives itself voluntarily as a gift, as a sacrifice, as a self-sacrifice, in this way giving example to the traditional authorities who also need to sacrifice themselves to be able to take part in this collective ritual community, serving the community with everything they have, with all their means they have. Here is Gregorio Sandoval leading a Nierika workshop in Tsikvaita. And here is Gregorio's painting also present in the art exhibition. Here are the skunks that are stealing the fire of giants that lived in the earth before humans. And they had fire in their possession, and they needed the humans didn't have fire, and the skunks stole it to give it to humans, but they sacrificed their tails. Their tails got burnt by the stealing. And so they also gave, it's a kind of example they give to humans, and especially those humans that are striving for the gift of seeing and to become initiated as singer healers. So the traditional Virarika authorities seek initiation and prepare to sacrifice themselves for the service of their community. An initiated Virarika looks at the world from the perspective of a sacrificed ancestor and becomes an ancestor themselves, dead while still alive. And this is like Johannes Neurath writing. An indigenous person can see themselves through the eyes of an anthropologist, and as an anthropologist can learn to see how the indigenous person sees them. And this is Viveiros de Castro writing. I asked about this to Virarika people, what do you think about this Viveiros de Castro's ideas? And they said, yes, it's correct. That is how they also feel. That, and especially if they are seeking towards an initiation, they can see the world from another perspective, and somehow there is a reciprocity in the gaze of a colleague, like Virarika studying and working with an artist and learning from artist perspective, and also artists learning from Virarika perspective. And this is based on some conversation I have had this year, in the beginning of the year, when we were before starting a workshop. So we discussed what we think about the workshop, what we think about our collaboration before starting it. So I got some evidence that this idea of reciprocity, as Viveiros de Castro writes, is somehow resonating also in Virarika view. Yes, Eduardo Viveiros de Castro suggests that the ontologies of Amazonian indigenous peoples are based on mutual seeing, the simultaneity of different perspectives. To become human, Amazonian Indians learn to see themselves from the perspective of another species or group of people. For example, the victim sees itself from the perspective of the predator, and the predator sees the victim. Both Neurath and Viveiros de Castro engage with post-structuralist philosophy and show that Native American philosophies are multifaceted, like Katri also mentioned. The importance of many different perspectives and transformations are central to them. And I have been thinking and discussing also with Virarika artists what kind of transformation takes place at our workshop. If I understand that this perspective of a sacrifice is not possible for us, because we are not initiated, and we cannot see the world from the perspective of an initiated. So our perspective is more like this kind of everyday communication that Neurath describes as reciprocity. So we see our communication something reciprocal, like we exchange, use gifts, ideas of art, and this is our communication. But we cannot understand what sacrifice means. It's something different. Many Virarika artwork, like this Nierika artwork, they describe sacrifice in some way or another. They are even like something, painting that's frozen in time at the very culmination of the very point of giving sacrifice. For example, here, two ancestors, Takutsi and Tamatsi Kayumari, they steal the rainbow and arrows. And there is stations. First here as a bat, like a dark one, and then as a bird, and now in her present form as a statue of goddess in the main square of San Andres. So you see the three manifestations of the same ancestral deity at the same time. And after Takutsi Nakawe was shot, she was given herself to feed the earth, and also giving an example to the people who are pursuing the gift of seeing. And here you see her flesh scattered in the earth as a food for different species. They are rather violent, the Nierika paintings of these paintings that Bowles and Negrin chose to exhibit. But also you can think, for example, the sacrifice of Christ. They are violent too, and that's very much a basis, like a starting point for painting in our culture. Also, like the space of the artwork is participating in this sacrifice. Here you see the ancestors turning into rocks, and they are rebelling. They don't want to be rocks, and they need to be pacified before they are changed into rocks and sacred places. And here you see deer who is like in the process of transformation. And you see like the deer before, in the moment of being sacrificing themselves to be a rock, and the counters of the pictures is changing. Like while the ancestor is still a deer, it has black contours, and it's almost like staying in its place. But when it's a rock, it's moving. It has gray contours, and it has this simultaneous contrast that it does not. It's like not in its place. There is a transformation happening. Okay. So, what should I do? I should tell the Catalino story. Finish Catalino story. So Catalino, then when I met him later, and he said that he was very sorry that he was not available for the exhibition, but he was in the process of Rukuri Ukate and becoming pursuing for the gift of seeing. So it was more important. He needed to sacrifice his career as an artist to be able to serve his community and pursue the gift of seeing. So it's a serious business to be an artist in Virarika community, and something that we don't really totally understand how big things are at stake in this process. He had to sacrifice himself, and in this way he was giving back to the community. He had got the knowledge, Virarika knowledge, in the Rukuri Ukate process, and he needed to give it back. So I think I stop here. I leave the last reflection. I would like to show the last picture here of Juan Rios Martinez, the head of our elder brother Blue Deer. Also in the moment the deer sacrifices itself. And I just want to point out that Juan Rios Martinez is one of the few artists chosen by Juan Negrin and John Bowles, and he is the grandfather of Juan Aurelio Carrillo Rios, who was here building up our exhibition and who will today teach the workshop of Nierika, of the yarn painting. Okay, now we will open the connection to Mexico.
Take your time so that we are,
Lea,
small technical break in order to make sure.
Mun mielestä tässä pitäisi olla sellainen, että ennen sitä Juanin työpajaa, niin nyt sun pitäisi soittaa Juanille.
Matti, number 1. You can communicate with them. Just let's. If you can.
Hola, buenas tardes. Para ti es mañana. Aquí estamos en el auditorio y estamos esperando en unos 2 minutos antes de empezar. Es muy temprano para ti. Y cuando quieres que pongamos el video de Moisés y muerte, aquí está preparado. Y entonces tú decides el momento. Y vas a tener media hora. Y Katri te va a traducir.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Esperemos a Katri unos 2 minutos. Pensamos que después tu presentación vamos a dar espacio para unas preguntas antes de que empiece Juan. Porque aquí no hemos tenido mucho tiempo para preguntas. Ya vino Katri que te va a traducir.
Should be good.
Okay. Hello, Norma. Hola.
Hola, hola, buen día.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien, ya aquí lista.
Bueno.
Norma is one of the artists who is presented here in the gallery KuvA, and there is her work, her video Moses and the Death.
Le dijo que su obra está presente aquí en la galería.
So, we should show now the video?
No, okay. No. Norma will say when is the time for video. I think we can start.
Vamos a empezar. Entonces, es su turno de hablar, Norma. Estoy para usted aquí.
Bien. Kiaku United Wordsika Repona Kenny Hiletata Eni Mapetu Hayete Wordsika Repona Kenny Nekupai Maneputa Ine, pues nada, Rasuka Nairigo. Hola, muy buenos días. Estoy muy contenta de estar en esta tarde ya con ustedes, de poder compartir un poquito del trabajo que he venido realizando desde el 2017. Pues agradezco mucho a esta invitación de poder conversar sobre el documental que tiene Moisés y la muerte, que se llama así.
Una pausa,
Y
por
pues
favor.
hoy les estaré compartiendo acerca de esta maravillosa obra que me ha traído muchísimas experiencias también.
Hello everybody, my name is Kupaima Norma Robles, and I am here to talk to you about my work, which I started around 2007. 2007, ¿no? ¿Empezó?
Sí.
And my work here, the video, the name is Moses and the Death.
Antes de empezar, me gustaría hablarles un poquito como la parte sobre la Moisés y la muerte, pero sobre todo la parte de la mitología y la cultura wixárika, lo que ha significado para nosotros la muerte. Para la cultura wixárika, pues la muerte forma parte importante de la cultura, principalmente no solamente wixárika, sino también de la cultura mexicana y esta celebración del Día de Muertos. Pero también solo es una muestra de la importancia, ¿no?, que ha significado la muerte. Pero a diferencia de la cultura wixárika, pues la muerte se celebra de diferente manera.
Okay, can you
incluso
¿puede dar una pausa? I will talk about my video, Moses and the Death, but before that I will talk you shortly about part of it. So I will explain a little bit what death means in wixárika culture, and not only in wixárika culture, but I will also talk about what death is in Mexican culture, because it's an important feast in Mexican culture.
Para los wixáritari, pues celebrar el Día de Muertos, pues también se hace, pero de una manera distinta. Sin embargo, se conserva una ceremonia dedicada principalmente a la persona que fallece, y esto pues consiste en un ritual de iniciación o transición al inframundo.
So also, as well as for Mexicans, for the wixárika people, the feast of the death is important, but it's celebrated in a different manner. Among us, the celebration is dedicated to the person, to the dead person.
Sí, para la muerte representa un lazo más con lo sagrado desde la cultura wixárika, mundo que por excelencia es el concerniente a los mitos y todo lo que hemos escuchado sobre los dioses, y todo lo que entre en contacto con ellos es de igual manera sagrado, como pues las personas que están en constante comunicación, los marácate, por ejemplo.
So the death is has many connections to our culture. It is related to our myths, and also the contact to the death is present among our culture, especially through the to the maracate, to our singer healers.
Sí, por eso en la cultura wixárika, pues la muerte es muy sagrado, y una persona que fallece, pues no muere con nosotros, sino al contrario, la persona que fallece elige a uno de los familiares para que lo siga conservando en las aldeas donde tenemos, pues, donde moran las deidades, ¿no? Y para nosotros, ¿qué son las deidades? Pues estas personas que fallecieron, pues los seguimos teniendo en forma de una roca.
So the contact to the inframundo is to the lower world's part, is still continuing. But the death is really sacred among us, and the moment of death is not a total cut of a relationship. On the contrary, the dead person chooses one of the relatives, one among them, and to keep the connection. And we do it through the dead person as a stone, represented by a stone. Una roca.
¿Y qué tiene que ver esta película, Moisés y la muerte, con la explicación que estoy dando? Mucho, porque esta película justo se basa en esta historia que Moisés acaba de tener con la muerte. Por eso, como los niños desde tiempos, pues ya saben que la muerte, pues es un aviso también a través de los sueños.
So, what does this explanation, what I'm telling now, have to do with the video, Moses and death? In this video, Moses encounters with the death first as a child, and then he is given the explanation what happens in death, and it is also given Pekka, mikä on ennakkotieto, ennakkovaroitus?
Y entonces cuando en el 2000
So there is a premonition in a dream first of the death before. Mm-hmm.
Entonces, en el 2017, cuando se estaba grabando el documental KuvA, conocimos a Moisés en ese rodaje, y Moisés nos contaba de un sueño que había tenido días anteriores, y le preguntamos cómo había sido su sueño.
So when we were making this film, we encountered with Moises in 2017. And then he told us about the dream he had seen, the premonition.
En ese entonces Moisés nos contaba que pues los ancestros, las deidades y los dioses principalmente habían venido a sus sueños, que le habían dicho que pues iba a fallecer su abuela si no cumplía con las cosas que le pedían los dioses, ¿no? Para ofrendar.
So he told that in his dreams, one of the ancestors, one of the gods, had come to him and told that if he doesn't make what he was asked to by the ancestors, his grandmother would die.
Por eso en la cultura wixárika los sueños son tan importantes, porque a través de los sueños pues recibimos mensajes, y esto es lo que le ocurrió a Moisés.
That's why the dreams are so important in our culture, and that's the story of Moises is one example of this.
Y fue así pues que surgió este documental, donde ahorita podrán ver cómo fue su transición y su proceso de Moisés para pues no perder a una persona tan querida, principalmente a su abuela.
So this is the story how the video came to be. It was the transition of the person of Moses, how he was asked to do something to prevent this death from happening too early.
Sí, y a través de esta historia real, pues Moisés va a ir entretejiendo pues todo lo que soñó él y todo este mensaje que los dioses le habían dicho para que pudiera salvar principalmente la aldea de su abuela.
So this real life story then is repeated in the video, and there the gods are telling this person, Moises, what to do so that the death of her grandmother doesn't come, and it is also by this that the whole village of the grandmother is saved.
Los sueños son tan importantes cuando recibes el mensaje y no lo cumples, pues a veces puede aparecer pues que las personas fallezcan.
The dreams are so important because you are told and warned, and you are asked to do something, and if you don't fulfill the task, a person can die.
Si ya recibiste el mensaje y no lo cumpliste, a veces te pueden mandar la primera señal de las cosas que tienes que hacer. Cuando las personas pues no cumplen, a veces ya sea que fallezca un ser amado, o también pueda pasar otro tipo de cosas en tu familia, ya sea que sea tu mamá, tu abuelo, la persona que más quiere, pues puede fallecer.
So she is citing, if you got the message, you already hear what you're asked to do. It was the first warning, the first sign. So like this is given example of one person who can die. It is somebody near to you and dear to you. It can be your grandmother or your uncle or aunt, somebody close to you.
Es por eso que en la cultura wixárika, pues si cumpliste con lo que, como en este mensaje, pues todo puede seguir igual, nada le va a pasar a tu familia, pero también por eso los wixáritari pues están en constante comunicación a través de los sueños, porque los sueños pues lo es todo para nosotros.
So this is part of our culture. You have to obey, you have to follow what you are taught in the dreams, and you have to fulfill the task you are asked to do. The Virarika are thus all the time very attentive to the dreams we see, and the dreams that a person can see and get the message. It's not an individual thing, but it is meant for all.
Una vez que falleces, se llama la otra la espera, se hace un ritual donde solamente se concentra en la familia, porque es la despedida de las últimas palabras de la persona que falleció.
So the time, when the time to die comes, it is a passage forward, and it is time to say farewell. And there the last messages are told to those present.
Y en este ritual, pues, es la despedida de los sueños que tenía la persona que murió, y también de ese rato les mencionaba sobre la persona que se convierte en una piedra o una roca, no se imaginen una roca grande, sino una pequeña, que elige con quién va a estar, quién lo va a cuidar de su familia.
So that is a ritual of saying farewells, and there the dreams of the person who died are told to others, and there also the dead person transform into a stone, and he or she chooses the relative who is going to take care of it.
Y una vez que la persona que murió elige, pues es guardado en en la aldea donde todavía moran los ancestros. Y pues en las ceremonias, pues lo que se hace, pues se le ofrenda a esa persona que falleció y está con nosotros.
So when the stone is elected and the person to take care of it, then the person has transformed already, and he or she or it goes to live in the village where the ancestors live, and there it receives our offerings also.
Pero también lo que puede pasar si esta persona que falleció no está cómodo con la persona que lo está cuidando, después de 5 años se puede ir nuevamente al inframundo.
Las últimas palabras era ¿qué pasa si no está contento?
Si no está feliz y contento con la persona que lo está cuidando, se va otra vez al inframundo donde habitan los demás muertos.
So, and also what can happen if the dead person is not happy with the person who is taking care of the stone, or he or she, then the person goes another time to the underworld where the dead people are.
Sí, entonces pues para la persona que cuida pues también tiene una responsabilidad muy grande de pues mantener contento a la persona que está cuidando, pues en este caso es la persona que falleció.
So also the caretaker of the stone or the dead person has a very big responsibility, because it is a responsibility to keep the dead person happy.
Sí, entonces, y en esta película de Moisés y la muerte, por eso se ve toda la transición de pues que tenía Moisés esta responsabilidad, pero en este caso, pues solamente si no cuidaba como a sus seres queridos, pues iba a suceder eso, ¿no? Que se iban a morir, pero pues Moisés vence la muerte.
So in this film, in this story, we see the whole process of the transition. There, Moses is the one who is chosen to take care of the people near him, but in this case, he fulfills all the tasks of caretaking, and thus he wins the death.
Pero no es tan fácil vencer la muerte nada más así. Por eso tienes que pasar muchas cosas como Moisés. Si logras vencer como todo estas luchas que te mandaron las deidades a avisar, pues eres una persona que realmente tiene la valentía de poder levantar a la familia, a la aldea.
So the task is not an easy one to carry out. So like in the film, you can see Moses has many tasks, and there are many obstacles and many fights that he has to win and has to accomplish. So once a person has won all those challenges, he becomes a very strong person who has won all them, and they are trials sent by the ancestor, and then the person really comes the one who can well raise his own family and a whole village.
Sí, por eso es tan importante, por eso en la cultura, wixárika es tan importante seguir ofrendando. Estamos regidos bajo el ciclo agrícola. Entonces sé que nos vamos a morir, pero sabemos que si se puede evitar una muerte más temprana, porque hay 2 tipos de enfermedades, ¿no? La muerte a través de la enfermedad natural que todo el mundo conocemos o la enfermedad por no cumplir las obligaciones de la cultura.
So that is why for us the Virarika it is so important to carry out offerings correctly. We do it following the cycle of the agricultural times and agricultural year. The offerings are meant to prevent illnesses because there are many kinds of illnesses. Some are natural, but some are caused by the fact that the person is not feeling what is required by the culture.
Y pues para no hacer más larga esta conversación, seguramente les surgió alguna pregunta, pero también era importante que tuvieran la noción para nosotros lo que representan la muerte, pero también los sueños que van de la mano. Pues igual si me permiten, pues vamos a ver la película y después que se termine, pues podemos conversar y las preguntas que ustedes tengan acerca de esta película. Muchas gracias.
And to not make this conversation too long about what the death means to the Virarika and what the dreams mean to us and what they represent to us, let us now see the video, and after that we can discuss and you can make the questions about it.
Norma.
Thank you very much, says Norma.
Norma, ¿cuánto tiempo vamos a ver el video?
Son 7 minutos.
Bueno.
They are 7 minutes long, this video.
Akupatira Rayamuki. Tulira na oni, nirate tarate ni, rachika, niratarate. Nanpi eni, kiapoka makuyonak, o la bejuate ekak. Mana talimu kiyana punaraga. Aquí acaricia tawari mama tawari. Mana talara tabanyo haja. Popoka no kahauko, ujubikago. Nakutsipone te utawa, kienem tiwe. Mana tsuline neiti mairu, kiapoto tatati yuriene. Jubikatana neiti mairu.
Iskad kebirar ke ikon ijari lukta ikmamate.
Nakutsutaka muguli naito hukutaka. Mana talite ubiya ka tararoite. Mana taline ne tiyate wa kanale tema. Ana tali tiyate jareka tiya yurnak. Kietso akuli aro antalite
Away! Away!
anatali ina kunuka irrei humano tsuli te nene inkubo anatali ni karre nene utaha utelirutsu anatali kia te nene kumala rirutsu ne mupo tali tuku di muira watete branye mi anatali kia te patete ne nimi karre ya pun pui mano tali ne njatu neho mi matali kipai di tokali antime sketsa kuna ini yang nungka juga kai mantali nungka juga kai nungka tali kenan gue ne si kenan ne juga kai sini tikua kai nakutsi Mana seliputin anene kia kali spatserana kuni. Mana talima meskare kai kia putin yuren kia tetu. Nah, tali mo katina pinin. Ay, tumutulkia kali. Tora wali tali na punya. Tora wali pumunu punya ka. Tora wali tali. Muka naik tikia kali. Mana tali mau kita na kanena ta. Mana tali ni kare kantai na mantea mana ni square ya kanade. Mana cerita tamaci koyo mari yo vima mukono taji dan kecil benar juga kalau demi tahu itu aku sih mana cili kan apa orang sih kiapa ya kelima nanti mana cili aku cili kopan kata naik mana muku ya kati aneh kecili mana pembian ni pemai iwa muku mana cili punya aneh ni punya yuri meni tato kali viral ka kia kali mana kali ne kusne mukare tapatu takie mana tali kurasi kaja ne balatu kamu tu setiap kali nama meri na ya ni le ya ron ro tikusu ave iku rokata tu temaya ni taye yali ena viral ka ya ne me sie tatu tame tatane te topi tu ali rema tu li rokata tu temaya ni te kalima anem ra kumaiti
te lo prometemos, abue.
Y kuliro aten kakuni kun kamos
Gracias, Kupaima. Si quieres decir algo después.
Toi bonita kysymyksiä. Ahora quiere que se haga las preguntas.
Please, if you have some questions or comments for Kupaima.
Hola Norma, muchas gracias para compartir. Thank you very much for sharing your culture with us. Very touching film that you did. Me emociona mucho ver escuchar también estos sonidos que son en la película. I'm very interested also and moved by the sound world that you did put there in the film. And can I ask about the creative process that how I see there are many people. How do you organize the collaboration? ¿Cómo es la colaboración en este trabajo? Yo vi en los créditos que hay mucha gente. ¿Cómo pasa? ¿Cómo puedes trabajar con tanta gente sobre temas tan cerca de ti? ¿Cómo pase el mensaje a los otros y todo eso? ¿Cómo trabajan juntos? So how do you work together with the others when you work with so intimate feelings and impressions?
Entonces voy a traducir su respuesta, Norma. Pero pudo escuchar la pregunta, la hizo en español. It seems that it has frozen the connection.
Try to reconnect with Zoom. Maybe she's reconnecting now. Let's wait. Do you have contact with her? Maybe you can.
Yes, here.
Okay.
Ah, qué bien. Norma, ¿pudo escuchar la pregunta de la audiencia?
Sí.
Muy bien.
Sí, correcto. Pues creo que es un equipo que yo ya he tenido trabajando hace mucho tiempo. La coordinación con todos los colaboradores es súper importante desde este vínculo comunitario, siempre estar coordinado como pues con las personas y de ahí mismo pues es donde sale la información. Siempre somos un equipo que no solo represento yo, sino a todo mi equipo, que a mi productor, a mi fotógrafo, a todas las personas que están colaborando, equipo que dirigimos este proyecto y de ahí pues nos vinculamos con la parte comunitaria, con las personas. Pues con esta red que siempre me ha acompañado desde la parte comunitaria y eso ha sido muy bello porque cada uno de los que colaboran siempre tienen una aportación súper importante que va de la mano con la parte comunitaria, pero también desde esta parte audiovisual que queremos dar este mensaje pues a las personas que ven nuestras películas, ¿no? Entonces siempre es muy bello trabajar con este equipo, siempre hacer una película implica pues mucha gente, ¿no? Aparte, no solo la parte técnica, sino también la parte de de las personas que nos proporcionan la información.
Yes, this group is the clue to everything. We know each other since a long time. We work as a community, a group. And every one of us, we always connect with the community too. I feel that we work very well together, close together, and everybody as a member is important. So we connect to the people in the community who provide the information, and everybody, not only the technical part is important, but everybody with his or her connections.
Quisiera, soy Mary Monones Matías desde Asociación de Investigación de Cultura y Lenguaje Same. Y quisiera saber si han trabajado con más producciones o tienen planes de hacer más producciones sobre el materia cultural de los Virarika. Por favor.
Sí, muchas gracias. Sí, seguimos trabajando. El primer documental era de Cupaima, que principalmente ahí también como retratamos a la vivencia de las mujeres de la cultura wixárika, no solo la parte folclórica o bonita, sino también las cosas pues que les duelen a las mujeres, ¿no? Y las luchas que tienen internamente la parte comunitaria. Y pues de ahí pues surgió lo de Moisés y ahorita pues estamos trabajando con otro documental que se llama Caminares, que germinan en la jícara sagrada junto con todo este equipo, donde queremos mostrar pues si la jícara representa donde nace la vida, ¿no? Y la importancia que también tienen las mujeres en la cultura, no solo en pues estar en casa, sino también ahora en la toma de decisiones y pues que las mujeres representan una fuente de conocimiento porque son ellas las que proporcionan que se siga conservando la lengua. Y ahorita pues estamos trabajando en ese documental y queremos seguir trabajando pues con otros saberes, principalmente para las juventudes, ¿no? Los niños.
Let's see if I remember. So the question was if the group has already produced something or if they are going to produce. And Kupaima answered that the group has made already a work which dealt with the role of the women, not just the fights that the women have to do to get forward, but also their internal fights and the fights in the community. So the next project will be about the sacred bowl, the Jícara Sagrada, within this project we will deal with the discussions that the women have for getting forward, for planning the future, and also the decisions they have to make to keep the language alive. And after this project there are plans to deal with themes more related to the youth. Pues
muchas gracias, Norma. Yo creo que ahora es tiempo de la presentación de Juan. Y te damos gracias y fue bien interesante verte aquí en nuestra aula de investigaciones. Sí.
Pues muchas gracias a todos a toda la audiencia, pues les mando muchos saludos desde México y pues espero a futuras generaciones puedan seguir mi trabajo en Facebook. Tengo una página que se llama KuvA y ahorita pues estamos en la etapa de desarrollo de esta película que estamos trabajando para el 2025. Pues muchas gracias a todos. Muchas pampariyutsi. Gracias.
So thank you to all the audience for the possibility to take part, and I will follow up. I hope that new people and new generations will follow my work, and you can also follow the work of this group through Facebook. We have a group or page that is called KuvA. But Norma, how to write this KuvA in Facebook? We don't have this letter U. ¿Cómo escribe en Facebook U? ¿Cómo encontrar su grupo allá? ¿Cómo pronuncia allí por letra?
K de kilo más P-A-I-M-A.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Yes. So KuvA you can write like K plus P-A-I-M-A. Thank you.
Hola, Juan. Aquí estamos ya. Está atardeciendo aquí y quedan poquitas gentes, que ha sido un largo día para todos y tú apenas estás despertando.
Sí, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes allá, Lea. ¿Sí me escuchan bien?
Hello, hello, Juan. I'm here to translate you, and Juan sends good afternoon to everybody. Vamos a seguir. Usted.
Muy bien. Pues primeramente gracias por su tiempo, por quedarse, por acompañarnos en esta plática sobre algo de nuestra experiencia con el arte Wirrari.
So thank you everybody for your time, and thank you for your presence here. And now we are going to share something about Virarika art.
Do you know he has a presentation to show?
Juan tiene una presentación para como mostrar, o es solamente una plática.
Sí, solamente voy a platicar y les voy a mostrar algunos objetos que tengo aquí de arte, nada más.
So there is no presentation for the technicians to know, but he will present like with the objects he has there, the handicraft. Gracias. Vamos adelante.
Bueno, pues primeramente mi nombre es Juan Aurelio Carrillo Ríos. En Wixárika tengo 5 nombres: Muviertemay, Pariatemay, Matsuba, Baika y Niubeme, heredados y dados por mis abuelos, padres de familia y Maracame.
My name is Juan Aurelio Carrillo Ríos, and besides that I have 5 Wixárika names. They are Muvierite, Mai, and others. I cannot repeat, I cannot remember them, but you heard them. And they are all inherited in the family from the grandparents and put by the Maracame.
Y formo parte de una cultura de aquí de México, que es la Wixárika. Aquí en México existen 68 pueblos originarios. Entre ellos está al que pertenezco, que es el Wixárika.
So I am here representing my people I am part of Wixárika culture. And in Mexico, Wixárika is one of the 68 indigenous peoples.
Y bueno, yo les quiero compartir más bien mi experiencia con el arte Wixárika. Decirles que para nosotros el arte, como ahorita quizás ya lo ven en muchas partes del mundo, en exposiciones, en ventas, plasmado en objetos quizás más modernos, pues ha sido un proceso que cambió. En realidad para nosotros no nació así como una parte de venta, de promoción o de exposición.
I want to share with you something about my experience with art. And Wixárika art is not just what you see in galleries, that you see in expositions. It's not just sold, and it's not just modern art. The way it was born, it was different.
Cuando yo estaba más pequeño, cuando era niño, como unos, no sé, 7 años, tenía mi primer contacto con el arte ya como para venta fue con mi padre, que yo lo veía en su mesa elaborando accesorios como estos, o como los que traigo aquí, de Shakira.
When I was small, when I was a child around 7 years, I already had contact with art. My first experiences when I saw art was the thing that I saw my father doing, and I saw on his table things like the pieces he saw, they called Shakira.
Entonces, a mí me llamaba la atención, como a muchos niños, los colores que se veían en la Shakira, los azules, rojos. Entonces yo me acercaba con él a ver qué estaba haciendo, cómo le hacía, a sentir las bolitas chiquitas de Shakira y a querer hacer algo con él.
So what caught my attention were the bright colors in this beadwork objects, and I saw the blue and the red and the white colors of the small glass beads.
Y mi padre fue siempre muy, muy tranquilo, no me regañó, no me dijo, quítate o hazte para allá o me vas a tumbar las cosas. Al contrario, me apartaba como un puñito de Shakira, me daba unas agujas, me daba instrucciones de qué podía hacer, me decía, a ver, primero separa los colores, y esa era la forma como me iba involucrando en esta actividad.
So my father was quite a peaceful person. He didn't scold me or warn me running around him, but he instead taught me how to work and how to get along with this work, teaching how to first select the right colors and then go on with the work.
Pero también me di cuenta después, porque en ese momento no, porque estaba muy niño, que en ese proceso que convivía con él, me iba platicando cuentos, leyendas, significado de las figuras que él hacía en sus pulseras.
But later I noticed things that I didn't notice then, that through this practice and sharing his work with me, he also shared all the myths and the stories about the figures that appeared in his beadwork.
Y todo eso cuando él terminaba, pues iba y los vendía a algunas ciudades más grandes o más turísticas como Puerto Vallarta, como aquí en Nayarit, pues a Tepic, con algunos otros artesanos que le compraban porque tenía sus clientes. Parece que combinaba muy bonitos colores y le gustaban mucho a la gente. Siempre lo buscaban. Cuando lo veían, le decían, ¿qué trajiste para vender? Y iban por sus trabajos.
Mm-hmm. So all this done, and when he was ready with his work, he went to other cities that were perhaps bigger or frequented by tourists, like Puerto Vallarta, and there he met buyers who wanted to buy his work, and also he paid attention what the buyers wanted to see and have.
Pero también a la vez yo veía que hacía otro tipo de arte, con las mismas chaquiras o con estambres, pero era un arte diferente, no comercial. Era un arte en el que yo veía que los llevaba a ciertos lugares como al mar, a Tateyaramara u otros lugares.
I'm sorry, the works presented these, no oí bien si los vi, los obras en estos lugares, o si las obras presentaban estos lugares.
No, mi papá hacía otras especialmente para llevarlas a esos lugares.
Okay. Pero yes, and I saw also other types of art and other types of paintings. They were made of also glass beads, or they were made of thread, colored thread. So these works were made and meant to be taken to the sacred sites as Tateyaramara.
Entonces yo le preguntaba que por qué unas cosas las vendía y otras las teníamos que llevar a estos lugares, y me decía que eso era parte de lo que él le habían enseñado, que venía desde muchos años antes el llevar piezas con cera y estambre, con chaquira y cera a estos lugares siempre.
And then I asked him, why is it so that there are other works he sold and other works that he took to the sacred sites as offerings, works where he used on the base and then used wax and then connected with beads or threads. And then he explained.
Entonces allí en la exposición ustedes van a ver unas jícaras como esta, que están ahí, y por dentro traen chaquira, que son parecidos a las que se hacen para llevarse a lugares sagrados.
So in the exhibition in this place, you will see a bowl like this, and these kind of bowls covered with color beads are taken to the sacred places like Tateyaramara.
Y es por eso que ahorita el arte wixárika pues ha ido cambiando de ser piezas que solamente estaban en lugares sagrados o se llevaban con fines del bienestar de tu familia o personal, pues ya ha gustado a mucho público en diferentes partes del mundo, que por eso ya lo pueden apreciar ahí, por ejemplo, en Finlandia.
So that is why the works of art are changing. They have previously been taken to the sacred sites as offerings, and now they are at people's homes to be admired there, and they are taken as pieces of art.
Ya encontramos piezas más modernas, como por ejemplo esta que ven aquí, que es como un tipo monedero. Se adapta ya la chaquira a la pieza.
The word is for this. Yeah. Today we see already works of art that are various, and we see, for example, this kind of object which is a wallet for money.
Pero con fines pues de venta, de que hay interés por otras personas de adquirir nuestras piezas de arte.
And these are sold, and other types that people want to acquire for themselves as artworks.
Pero nosotros como Virraitari siempre tenemos que estar llevando nuestro propio arte a estos lugares sagrados para beneficio de nuestro bienestar espiritual, y como lo decía Norma, de no ser así, no empieza primeramente a través de los sueños a recibir como unos recordatorios o unos avisos de que estás dejando algo pendiente.
So, but we have to go on also taking our works of art to these sacred places for spiritual reasons that Norma just explained to us. They can be to fill with some requests that were presented to dreams, some tasks we have to accomplish.
También a través de mis abuelos vi el arte a través de la cera con el estambre. Mis abuelos Juan Ríos Martínez, Emeteria Ríos Martínez, fueron en quienes en vida no conviví con ellos, pero puedo hasta la actualidad apreciar sus obras de arte en madera, con cera y estambre.
Perdón, solamente oí un nombre, Juan Ríos Martínez, pero mencionó otro también.
Sí, de una mujer, Emeteria Ríos Martínez.
Ah, Demeteria. So, also through my grandparents, I had contact with art. They were Juan Ríos Martínez and Demeteria Martínez. So I did not live together with them, but I saw their art always and I could appreciate it.
Las obras de ellos no están aquí en México, fueron de los primeros artistas que pudiera decir yo como pioneros clásicos del arte birrárica por los materiales y el significado que le daban a sus obras.
So their works of art are not here in Mexico anymore. They were considered, these artists, as pioneers, and their works were sold to people who admired them and gathered as collection.
Ellos hacían obras de grandes dimensiones, como por ejemplo cuadros como este que tengo aquí, así de este tamaño, que son como de 60 centímetros por 60, era los cuadros más pequeños que hacían, y solamente formaban una parte de un mural de 4 metros o 5 metros.
So their work were only big pieces of art. The smallest of the work were made in this kind of cuadro is they were made in pieces of 60 centimeters by 60 centimeters, and they are the smallest ones, and they were gathered together in mural paintings in size of 4 meters and 5 meters long.
Esas obras pues están expuestas sobre todo en algunas universidades de Estados Unidos, en donde las personas que se los compraron las donaron a espacios de estudio y de conocimiento.
These works of arts exist today primarily in USA, in universities, where the collectors donated these pieces of art to be admired and known publicly.
Y actualmente pues ya los cuadros, algunos sobre todo se han ido reduciendo, que con la finalidad pues de gustar al público, que se lleve piezas quizás a lo mejor un poco más cómodas de transportar a otros lugares, ¿verdad? Incluso los materiales han cambiado, como esta obra fue hecha aquí en la universidad donde yo trabajo, por alguien que no era wixárika, pero sin embargo siente un gran aprecio por la cultura.
Mm. So today there are paintings in different sizes, and some of them are, or many of them are smaller, so that they are easier to handle and sell. And these paintings are made also of new materials, like these works of art who are made in my university, and one of these is made by a person who even is not wixárika, but who admires a lot our culture.
Y las actividades y los cuadros que quizás ustedes vayan a hacer allá, pues forman parte no nada más de un accesorio que se vea bonito ahí en su pared, en su cuarto, en su casa, sino que es un trabajo que tiene y guarda mucha historia en las culturas de nosotros.
¿Usted habla ahora de las piezas que están en venta aquí o en general?
En general.
Uh-huh.
Si en algún momento hacen alguna actividad donde les enseñen la técnica de la cera y colocar estambre, que no olviden eso.
So there might be occasions where even you are presented the technique how to make these paintings, and so they can be works of art also in your house, but they are like the example that the art is changing.
Y bueno, pues de mi parte sería todo. Si hay alguna pregunta, pues con todo gusto les comparto mi respuesta.
So this was my presentation, and I'm very happy if you have any questions, and I will answer them right away. Pues sugiero un aplauso a Juan. Yeah. Gracias.
Gracias, Juan. Estuvo bien interesante escuchar tus historias. Son historias que ni yo he escuchado antes. Entonces los recibo con mucho aprecio e interés. Estamos ahora muy poquitos gentes aquí porque ha sido largo día. No sé si ya, yo creo que vamos a terminar conexión. Y
muy bien.
Sí.
Saludos a todos por allá.
Sí.
Creo que escuché a Mary, creo que escuché a toser a Pekka, todavía sigue enfermo. Saludos a todos.
Greetings to Mary also, if she's somewhere present here.
Yeah. Would you like to say goodbye to the people in the stream as well?
Aquí vemos que todavía está Norma. Te doy muchas gracias y adiós. Y está una persona más. Y thank you everybody who is here and who has been listening and following. And yes, thank you. Bye bye.
Adiós, Lea. Saludos. Tupaima. Cuenta Carrella.
Kiitos.
Kiitos, kiitos.
Kiitos, kiitos.